Alright, we're live again. I've been trying to catch some rest and yeah, now I'm back. I napped a little bit. How is everyone doing today? How is life? First, I need to do the check that we're live. As I always do, right? You always have to, because I've screwed up a couple of streams before. I'm just trying to be cautious. All right. Looks okay. Let's see here also. This precaution. Okay. Yep. Yeah, welcome everyone. We'll continue with the testing we were doing yesterday. Nothing crazy beyond that. How's everyone doing today? Hope you enjoy your Christmas. Yep. We're back again. Doing what we always do. Like we always do. So yesterday I was actually trying to create a trait to sort of do a mock implementation of rename confirmation. I will continue with that. So we've got this prompt somewhere. Yep. Let's look at this comparison fields. So we've got this single. Yep, so we've got this implementation. Let's close everything else first. So we're trying to make this into like a marker. What is it called? Mock or prompter. Yep. So we're trying to implement these basically, so that we're gonna have like the real and the fake. So what I'm gonna do now is we've got a real prompter. Should basically use the default, but is used in the actual code base and typically just use the default implementation. Then we're gonna have a mock prompter. Then rather than calling this prompt confirmation, I think I'll call these, what's wrong with my language server? This is why updating is always kinda let me check with VS Code because virtual manifest specifies it. I see. Okay, that makes sense. So this virtual manifest shouldn't specify dev dependency. Interesting. So we should just take that up, I guess. So now rationalizer is actually loading up, which is good. Yep, so basically what I'm trying to achieve is confirmation. This would be what confirmation is this actually? Confirmation true false. When is this triggered? Oh, triggered when empty migration about to be generated. Prompt if so probably want to rename that into confirm empty mix can So I also did an update that seems to be interfering. Anyway, yep. And you know, it's actually interesting because even for the real prompter, we could decide to use just this one prompter, right? Because this is just like configuration. It just happens that in the case of the real prompter, this will be true instead. So we can actually do that, but let's do it this way first. Then the next one we're about to include is gonna be this first. Okay. The next one is gonna be first. Let's fix. Should it be confirm or prompt? Confirm, but anyway. we could actually just make this false for test since it's the mock, right? The other one would be, I would say, let's go. Rename single field, rename delete single field change. So I think this should be boolean also. That's if you want to trigger, but anyway we can do default. I mean default of the type is false anyway, but we can make it explicit. But you can, for the mock, let's see how this is going to be used. Maybe I could save this, remove that, take that out first. So let's say we're passing comparison fields. Let's say we've got a function that's get, rename, or delete single parameter. Let's see. But I'm thinking about this real likely. Where is this used? It looks like we can escape that. Together with my happy tears. There are ways to get there. If you care enough for leaving, make it a better place. Make it a better world. You the word, you the word. Make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make it a better place for you and for me. So these we can actually just do in rename or delete. And I think we should be passing that instead, because we'll actually get that from the test, so it totally makes sense. We can do something like this. Don't let us set the default actually. L. Let's do that. Let's do that. Remove let's remove the default here also, because I don't want us to set defaults. Yeah, I want us to be explicit in the test. Yep. So now we can do thank you. So just sort of like takes care of everything. We're gonna be getting this from here, and depending on the option we choose, we're gonna be returning this, so that way we can programmatically decide on whether or not the prompt should return rename or option without the trigger, rename or delete without the trigger. Yep, I feeling a little bit satisfied with that. So let me hold you down. I would say single field change triggers rename or delete single field change. Yeah, that's it feels weird, but that's what we're gonna do. So let's see, type method define. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we need to can't steal from somewhere else. I thought I already changed all this, didn't I? Oh, see, these times I've changed. I thought you knew. We're gonna have to pass it on. Oh my god. But anyway, perhaps we could put it here and do rename or delete. What was it? Prompter. Was it prompter? Yeah, that's baby, I just don't get it. You enjoy me. Actually, I should probably call that field prompter. I should call it that. Yep. Let's do it on. I need to rename that. I'm feeling a little bit lazy, so I'll put it to do there. It probably takes me more time to write it to do, but let me just do field rename prompter. Whatever. Anyway, let me make the fix, push that, because I'm scared that my Neovim is messing up a little bit and I don't want it to screw me over. Confirm, false, and also rename is gonna be rename. So yeah, we actually wanted to do a rename. We can, because I think that's kind of like nice. We can do delete also. Prompter. What can I knew. You never know, darling. Still I am. We've come to find my day. Look how it's done, darling. I knew. Still I know. So soon you go. Say you won't let go. Say you When you look over your shoulders, and I'm actually looking at just passing prompter as a whole. Yep, that's what we're doing. When you look over your shoulder, for a minute I was done cold sober. You make me feel this way somehow. You never know, darling, it's you. We've been so like money now. Say you won't let go. Oh, say you won't let go. Say you won't let go. Say you won't let. So that way we're passing prompter, and the nice thing about this is like when we need to do another trigger within the implementation, we can just use the mock and the real prompter, and now we have the flexibility. So what I'm gonna do, we've got a couple more errors. Let's just use rename. We're gonna intermix a little bit at some points, but let's just keep this. Let's keep it. Let's keep that. Expression that you want, baby. Yeah. Would you say I'm one? Would you say I'm yours? Would you have it tonight? Would you say I'm yes, yeah? So we're I wish to never find a word, 'cause the feeling of you. Let's just commit this and support rename or single auto detect single field rename or delete prompter CLI prompter trigger options. When the rain is going down, alone, and my heart is hurting, you will always be around. These are no for certain, no. You and me together through the days and nights. Don't worry, 'cause everything is gonna be alright. And all I know is everything is gonna be alright. No one. In the way of what I feel. I know people will search the world to find some. So we'll probably want to rename that prompt command, because that's too generic. We want to rename that to maybe prompt. Let's do prompt trigger empty prompt empty migrations trigger. Then this field rename or delete. Single field rename or delete. This was testing it. Yep. So what else? Let's run the test. After run the test, we now have the full power at our end. So we can go, for example, to generate, and when we're generating, we can pass in where we're doing that actually. Run. It should be a run. So yeah, we're just telling it rename. So this way it's not gonna trigger it because we're using the mock prompter. It's not gonna, like, we don't have to interact with the CLI. We can try delete in some other places actually. I'm actually considering using this library called test case, because things like reversible run blah blah blah, those things can be parameterized, and but we'll see. We will see. And I kind of think that it's better to just inline those things. Yeah. Yep, so you can just do false, and mode is strict, and yep. Reversible is false, and that is that is that, and we don't have to use that anymore. Oh, it's shared amongst those two. But if it is, couldn't we? You're using, oh, then that actually makes more sense. We can, you know what I'm gonna do? Config. We've got type user there. I'm just gonna copy these and do test config, and yep, maybe delete that, and view there. Done. Okay, we can do right, and that we do right. Should have probably recorded whatever. Let's be together. Test migration. Anyway, that's fine. That is fine, absolutely. To take a reference to it. It's not even worth it, just found that. Forget about it. So that's migration in a and the second one we could set in it you can share the same configuration. So pretend. Yep. I mean, well, we can do yep. Yep, that's probably fine. Oh yeah. You're beautiful to me. Okay, init passes. Let's check generate now. Okay, so that's 438. So you can see this is a rename. Characteristics is defined. Attribute is assigned to characteristics. We remove attribute the auth field, right? So this O process is basically a rename process. And but I hope this isn't a thing because it looks like we're trying to remove the old field before we assign it, and that shouldn't be done. Now I'm gonna do so now we're trying to assign snapshots. 15. Sorry about that. So we're getting the migration content here, and look at the file. We have the file name. You know what I'm gonna do? I think it's just we could we could include the file path first. So we were pushing first to content to the specific contents. We can do content equals file path is defined and this could be I just muted that and content dot push because the path is gonna be non-deterministic, the entire thing. Probably should do file name instead. Aren't I using the high? Oh, I think that was meant for debugging the other time, so we can probably take it off. Yep. Try it again. Yep. So one other thing is the timestamp is gonna be non-deterministic. So you know what? We are gonna take it a little bit further. File name. File simple. So purpose name is test migration. Refactoring. Oh, I pretty much have them all here. Oh my god. Base name is good. Yep. Then we can put timestamp. We can also put the extension just to. No, we shouldn't put a timestamp actually. Just put the extension. I guess this is one way. And At least I'm glad we have the mock prompter for the rename field also. So we shall check that properly. Background. So, oh yeah, this is probably the reverse. This is the reverse of that. Um, yeah. Yeah, this looks right. This is because we're joining all the files. So this is the rename new field assigned, and remove the old field. Then the so where is this coming from? Let's go check the real thing. Probably need to test it again. Yeah, because I joined everything. That's why it looks like that. Join it up. Join it. I should really get not your average PCB designer. Should really get a nerd fund to fix those icons. I really should. And I will. So I'm just trying to get this project out ASAP, and I'm trying to minimize distraction. If you get what I mean, because I'm trying to make this project ready before New Year. So right now I'm using my webcam. I'm using my laptop mic. My setup is pretty minimal, as you can see. My mic is right here. My camera, everything is there. I don't want to do the setup now. I want to finish this project because I was working on this project and I decided to just start sharing. But obviously, I need to improve the quality, and having the nerd font would be really cool. Yeah, thanks. I really should do that. And also, I miss the ligatures. and all those things. Yeah. How do you feel about this one though? Is it like too shabby? Is it too shabby for your liking? How are you doing today? Merry Christmas, by the way. Where are you chatting from? It's my pretty common question. So yeah, you see, we're not having that. Yeah. We are. The way we're joining this migration is a little bit confusing, right? So we got the best migration, the extension. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll fix that definitely. I will. I will. I will. Thanks for joining in. Do you work with Rust? What got you interested in Rust? Yep. So this is test migration. This is the content. Oh yeah, this is a new file. Okay. And just this. Content would be this. There is something going on there. I've been working on this. How long have I been working on this? I've been working on this for a year. I think I actually started around this period last year. And I've been working on it like almost every day. I've spent decent amount of hours on this. And I would say on average, I probably spend up to 10 hours per day on this, if not close to. I mean, sometimes I was working on Trust. Let me see if I can show you that now. I was working on these Trusts. I worked on this for like a couple of weeks because I just thought it would be nice to have it. And other than that, I've been working on the other one almost throughout the year. I write some small projects in Rust, but I mostly work with C and assembly or Go. That's cool. That is cool. Is this macOS Sonoma? I think it is. I think I did an upgrade recently. That is so cool. Yeah, you know what's interesting is I was actually going to be working with C or Go. And that was when I rediscovered Rust, and I've just been working with it since then, because I just wanted something that would empower me to do almost everything I wanted to do without having strong limitations. Yeah, and I really can't wait to release this project because I think it will be useful. A lot of people will find it useful. I mean, I started building this thing for me, but I think it will be useful for the community. And I'm planning to expand the database engine in the future. So now, like, cause I had to conceptualize this project, but I think now I have very good clarity around what a good API should look like from my own perspective, from ORM, having an ORM query builder, query static checker, raw query static checker. And now that I have a clear picture, when I'm implementing for like other database engine, I think it will take me significantly less time. I already have clear idea of how I'm gonna get there. I just needed time and patience to implement support for other databases. Or is SurrealDB something you're working with, or something you might consider working with? By the way, I have no affiliation with the company. This is just a personal project that was born out of frustration with all the existing tools. Yep, 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 yep. Let's just, let's take that. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Thanks. Thanks for joining in. So, what kind of project do you work um, in C, assembly, or Go? And did you say where you're chatting from? Yep. So, what did we actually do here? Um, Oh, that's probably shouldn't be called whatever. It should be called. I'm thinking of also using the test case library. As you can see, I actually have it open. So this is not whatever. This is. Let me experiment with it. I've worked with this once. A compiler in Go and an OS in assembly and C. Oh, that's cool. Is it bon après-midi now? What time is it? Oh, bonjour. Bonjour, is it monsieur? Tu comprends français? Je parle français. Pouvez-vous m'aider s'il vous plaît? Yeah, let's try the test case thing. See if it might benefit us here. Nice. Where in France are you? It's nice to visit France again. Paris. Je veux manger. So I call that whatever it should actually. Oh, now this is async. That adds an extra layer if I'm gonna use the library. I'm not even sure it supports async. So Yep. I'll just stick to my Grenoble. Oh, that is so cool. No, I was just speaking. I said je veux manger. That is cool because I had a friend whom we're quite close friend who actually is in Grenoble. I don't know if she's in Grenoble anymore. We haven't caught up in a while. She lives in Grenoble. I really should keep touch with her again. Get in touch with her. Why do I have it on a forks on my profile? I mean, I used to be one of those fork phobic person, like, but I just kind of like thought, why not? I mean, you fork when you want to contribute, but I find it also just having, it's like keeping track of all the projects that I might want to use in the future. Yeah, that's cool. Is the weather so bad? What's bad about the weather? I might actually consider visiting. I'm gonna reach out to her this week or so. I'll try to reach out to her and see if we can get in touch. Grenoble. What's the best part about it besides the weather? And what sucks about the weather? Um, I think that was what we tested the first time. Um, we ran. Okay, we've got init. The first test was duplicate up only without restrict. It's code. Oh, that's cool. Was it as cold as like Northern Europe? Like what's cold? Like what kind of degree? Um, what kind of temperature are we talking about? And what can I do when I come to Grenoble? What are the things to do? The places to go? Uh, I've only lived here for around 8 months. Oh, cool. So what took you to Grenoble, if you don't mind me asking? Openly init without raster. Cannot generate without init. So but here we actually, oh no, we actually aren't calling init. So we try to like let's just call this generate. We run that. And we make sure that the file can't. So the test of the test cannot generate without init. I can actually do something interesting. I don't know if I upload code. Yeah, but maybe it's not that important. I'm just thinking it would be nice to be able to write a test in a way like, let's see, I can create a quick macro to do that. Like 1C. Oh, 1C. I mean, that's code, but I was thinking like minus 20. My family, I wanted to be closer to them. Oh, that's cool. I'm glad you're able to get closer to your family. Hey, Grid, how's it going? I'm good. Looks crowded. Enter to see what the Rust project looks like. Looks crowded. Yeah, I mean, I'll still clean things up, so hopefully it gets better. How are you doing today? And thanks for joining in this stream. Best activities are exploring, stay for a few days, and just take walks, go sightseeing. Oh, cool. Cool. Yeah, I think it would be nice to do that. Maybe winter is probably not the best time to do it though. I might target next summer. I'm looking to do some kind of like interrail leave in different European cities for like a few months. Yeah, that's true. It is a big project, quite big project actually. That's why it looks crowded. So it takes a lot of work. So cannot generate without inits. And this no run. Up. No run. Strict. Here coming summer. I'm in Sipo, the country of maple syrup. I'm in CA. I'm in Canada. So I live between Europe and Canada actually. So I just travel all around. I'm everywhere. Yeah. Canada. Have you been here before? Mm, what am it's a bit better now. Um, it depends, it's quite huge. So, yeah, I would say this year has been quite different. But usually, yeah, minus 30 isn't that unusual. I would say you get minus below, let's say minus 25, minus 30 for about 2 weeks in winter. So, but it's different if you're in BC. If you're in BC, then it's a bit warmer. It's like London weather. Oh, cool. You should visit again. There is French speaking part. Like if you're in Montreal or Quebec, or Ottawa also is bilingual. So those are some that might be worth exploring. So okay. So this should be can generate after first initiating. Let's see. One way, no run, strict. That sucks. I'm guessing people. Yeah, I'm actually feeling hot now. You know what's crazy? I actually on my um, air conditioning throughout the night. So That is true. But I mean, Montreal is probably the closest thing we have closest to like European kind of culture, um, lifestyle, and I would say just the city, the architecture. That's the closest thing. It's not bad, I guess. It's okay. A little bit. A teeny bit. So now we're able to run V2. What issue were we running into with the V2? Oh, I remember with the file name not being able to disambiguate because the time resolution was at seconds, and because we're running this programmatically, it's possible we run two files within a second, in which case it's gonna be a duplicate and it's gonna override the first one. So we're getting one instead of two in the subsequent run. So we had to increase the resolution to millisecond, right? Through three fraction, and now we're able. I mean, for the two to run, it should take over one. So that helps to disambiguate. We did that. Then also, we are now using a trait system for prompting the single field chain name. So when you change a single field, it's gonna prompt you whether or not you're trying to delete the old field and create an entirely new one, or you're trying to like rename. When you're renaming, let's say you have a field called labels, you're trying to rename to tags. If it's renamed, then the data from from labels should be transferred into tags. But if you specify delete, then the data won't be transferred. So when you're renaming a single field, we're able to automatically detect that you're renaming a single field. Then we'll give you the prompt. If you're not doing it the explicit way, however, the explicit way to do that, it would be, let's go to, I believe, model, let's say animals. Okay, we're getting some errors there. The explicit way to rename is to specify the old name, and if the old name is wrong, it's gonna throw an error. However, if you just change a single field name, you don't need to use the explicit name. We're able to detect that and prompt you and give you the option. Yes, Quebec, born in France with joke. Okay, yeah, true. Should I try? By the way, I mean, you can try it. Maybe you're gonna like it. It depends. I don't eat it that much myself, but it can be quite it can be quite good. Just go to I don't know if you can get that in France. You probably should be able to, or you can do like a homemade stuff. But anytime you're around here, just go to Tim Hortons or somewhere. You're gonna get it. It's around every corner. I've actually not eaten that in some months now. Now that you mention it, maybe I'm gonna try it tomorrow again. Would you consider visiting anytime soon? Cool. Cool. I'm actually planning a road trip. Second time is 0. We'll be running the third time. Oh, so now actually it does work, because third time we're running and it should be empty. We're running back to V1. That's fine. And we could even do like we could create like a V3. And let's say V3, we've got something like let's see. Let's say we remove animals altogether. remove that edge altogether, and we reintroduce students, and we remove new stuff. Yep. So we can even have like v3 and call that we go down a little bit. Yeah, we're using v2. Perhaps we could call that we could use v3 here, but it should still be 4 files. And if we do the test, you should try. So did you move from within France to Grenoble, or? Great, so we've got like new versions and I should probably be calling them different name. Let's call this 4, and that's the assertion though. But I keep calling them the same name, so this setup could probably yep. Oh, that's cool. GGK. One of my flatmates during my master's degree was from Czech, and we used to hang out together a lot. It was into arts, tech, and stuff like that. Very good guy, Alex. Yeah, I should see him soon. And I would actually like to also visit Czech. I'd like to do that next year. Next year, I'm planning to do a tour, especially around like Eastern Europe. I'd like to do a tour around Czech, Croatia, Slovakia, Slovenia, Latvia, Lithuania, and where else? What else am I missing? Maybe Romania. I've been wanting to do it before COVID started, but COVID messed everything up. But it's something that's still on my mind to do. It's on my mind. I'm looking to try a different name. So I guess I could do well, let's go set up mig, and we can use mig name. Let's call it can be a static string, and it's just to set up. So the first one could be that. Yep. So if we call this test meg No, let's just do generate first, generate migration, generate models, resources, or generate DB DB resources 1. Yeah, we can make that so the name should be different. Then when we do the second time, we're gonna call this 2. So the naming, it should actually fail this time because the naming is gonna be different. And yeah, we can do, let's call that 3. So let's run the test. We expect it to fail this time. Let's do cargo instead. Yeah, Bulgaria, Albania, yeah, a lot of them. Yeah, Greece would be nice also. Go to Santorini. Yeah, I hope we don't have another COVID next year. Because right now you can't predict anything that's gonna happen in the world. So what has your stay or experience been so far in France? Have you lived only in Grenoble? Yeah, okay, that passes. That's weird. It shouldn't even pass. It shouldn't pass? What do you mean you're gonna pass? Because we need to assert the migration name and this, which takes the or did we remove the assertion? Assert migration, test migration. It looks like still feels like a first night together, feels like the first kiss. So this should probably be latest mid name, which makes sense. If we search this migration file according to timestamp, I feel like this is becoming a little bit too much, but we can make it work. Goodbye, have a wonderful night. Nice catching up with you. Au revoir. So we can search that evidence. Yeah, it's actually sorted. So migrations, we're searching by do we even need to do that? I believe there's a part of this that already checks for that. So we check what's in the database and let's see, read migration there. get all migration. We can also get latest migration, and I think it's better to probably read it even. Yep. Let me close that. I don't want to open that. Don't do it. Don't do it. I did some of that, but no, I'm just using I use Astro now. I've tried MV Chad. I've tried what's this called? Luna, Kickstart, different stuff. So I just use those and I just do some little configuration. I've tried to configure some in the past, but I've just figured out my time is better spent somewhere else rather than reinventing the wheel. How are you doing? Liquor. Did I get the pronunciation right? Yeah, I'm using a distro. What about you? What do you use? Do you use a distro? So let's do get latest. My code navigation wouldn't work. From Vietnam, just wake up. It is morning here. Oh, good morning. Are you from Hanoi? I have a friend who used to live in Hanoi, but he lives is in US now. And actually, that's interesting. I'm seeing him next month. That's actually a beautiful coincidence. I was Vietnam today. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Also, it's nice. I think it's a good way to gradually get into Vim. But I've sort of got Ho Chi Minh, Ho Chi Minh, Ho Chi Minh City. Did I get the pronunciation? Ho Chi Minh. It sounds like what you mean. That's cool. I would actually like to visit Vietnam someday. About 5 years ago, I had the opportunity to visit Vietnam and China, and I still sort of regret that I didn't do that then, because the friend I'm talking about used to live in Vietnam, then he moved to China, and he always invited me when he was in Vietnam. Then when he moved to China, he always invited me over, and I just was always procrastinating, and I still wish I did to do it. But there's really no need to regret since I can always still go to Vietnam. But I mean, it would have been nice to go when I had someone living there. I mean, that's everywhere. That's a global thing, right? There's layoff everywhere, but what goes up sometimes, maybe every time comes down, and what comes down will go up again. It's just a cycle. And when things are low, it feels like they will never come up again, but they always do. And when things are high, it feels like it's always gonna go like that. But the economy never goes straight. It goes in troughs and valleys and hills. So highs and lows. So we're definitely gonna get back to a good time. But what a good time is gonna look like, no one knows, because with AI and automation, no one knows what's gonna happen. I Shaif Ol Ganteng, how are you doing today? Welcome. Thanks for joining in the stream. Yeah, so don't panic. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna make it. So how did you find my channel? Do you work with Rust? What got you interested in Rust? Let's close that. Oh, take that off. Close. Okay, let's just close everything else. Migration. Okay, I think it's here, right? Yeah, I just did an update to my Neovim and I'm having issues with, I think, what's mini. Just amazed that lots of people from are using Vim, despite the fact that they have to spend lots of time to configure and learn. I used to give up. I was watching tech and YouTube and oh, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, it depends on what you're interested in at the point in time. For example, I'm sure many people will find what I'm working on very uninteresting. Like, why would someone just spend so much time, basically waste their entire life working on a project, like spending an entire year not getting paid to do to do this, right? But I mean, it depends on what you're trying to get out of life. I do have my long-term goal, and this started as a personal project that I was trying to build for myself. And there's no way I'm gonna work on something this big and not want to share it with people. That's like, if I'm gonna be using this alone, then I think it's irrational or unreasonable to keep it to myself, right? So it's better to share it with people. So that's sort of the motivation and thinking behind it. And also it's a win-win. I get to have a project that other people can use and find beneficial. Or what do you think? I won't give up, nah, nah, nah. I won't give up, nah, nah. Oh, my Neovim is messing me up. Good. Of course there is. Of course there is. Let's see the diff. Okay, that's actually not saving. Let's force it out. And probably wanna clone. Yep. So we can assert. I mean, we can do. If there's latest migration, we can check the name, but sometimes there isn't. So we can do if let's sum. No, not there. You can do if sum, right? Asserts, yep. And actually, oh, it's a sync, right? So we can await that. That gives us name. I should probably change this to but we can do name. Yep. And take that. Test migration name. I think this is base name. Yep. So I got the pronunciation right. What is life if you're not here with me? What is life? Test migration name. So here we can do base name, and that makes it easier. If you're not here with me, what is that? process. When the breeze of life blow to me, my angel. I mean, we can do. It was supposed to be. Oh, I could have actually just made these method of. Anyway, let's do it. It's gonna be. Just finished my Scrum meeting morning. Oh, cool. How did it go? Aren't you guys taking breaks? It's Christmas. Should be chilling with your family. You know what's the point of this whole thing? Shouldn't I just... Why am I returning the entire setup? This doesn't seem to be serving much purpose. Why couldn't we just return a migrator and then yeah, I could just I'll just do that. So this time this is generator. And in fact, we could take a test config and just do generator command. Yeah. Init command, then we can make provision for sets migration file. And yeah, we could do we don't take break for Christmas in Vietnam. We take a break for Lunar New Year instead. Oh, that's cool. Are you changing your career? What I can see you learn Rust and some from that. Here's some videos. I wouldn't say I'm changing my career. So I started using Rust because I wanted to start my own project, right? And because of that, I started learning Rust. And the reason I chose Rust was this time I had already worked with a bunch of languages. I think at this point I had probably worked with 6 to 7 languages professionally. I worked with Python, Java, Ruby, TypeScript, JavaScript, basically R, Golang, and what else? I'd even worked with MATLAB, but I wanted something that wouldn't limit me technically, right? And with JavaScript, if you're using Node is single-threaded. Can be good for I/O, but if you need to do some heavy computation, it's not good. I started disliking dynamically typed language because if you notice, I write a lot of tests, and I could probably show you one of my projects on GitHub. I like having very strict compiler. So you see some of my TypeScript project, I use very, very strict types, very strict. I write some interesting, crazy generics. I was writing a parser for checking my localizations at compile time in TypeScript. I actually think I finished it, or at least I was 90% of the way. So I like having things strictly checked because I don't like relying on myself for things that the compiler can verify. It feels like keeping unnecessary load in my head, right? So that was why I chose Rust. I get the efficiency, I get the static checking, and I don't get the feeling that if I've been working on a project, I need to introduce a language because now and even though the project has been mostly IO, like processing, now I need to do a lot of computation, and now I need to look for a different language for that. I mean, in Python you can bind to C, and that's what libraries like NumPy and stuff do to do all those heavy computation. But just keeping the workflow simple, and also cargo. So when I was working on some projects in TypeScript before I started moving to this other stuff, to Rust based. And for me to do my package management alone, I wrote some custom bash scripts because there wasn't very good workspace support. I used Yarn 1, Yarn 2, Yarn Berry, which is Yarn 3, plug and play. I used um, NPM, of course. I used Deno with its import map and stuff. I also tried PNPM, and there was also always rough edges that were very frustrating to me, especially when writing TypeScript. Even though my TypeScript, I always make it very strict. When you came back, anytime I would come back to my TypeScript project, there's just this um there's this tiny bit of fear, like things are gonna break. You don't have much confidence in the project, in the code, because of the build system. Especially when you're doing front end stuff. Even though you've not updated your packages, something might just break. And I didn't like that lack of reliability also. So putting all those things together, I'm looking, if I'm going to be working on a lot of projects, I want to be able to work efficiently and fast, especially if I'm going to be starting most of these projects solo. And I also, yeah, it is. I also wanted to be able to work on more challenging, more interesting, more complex, and more just interesting projects. I wanted to take on more ambitious projects, and I thought that I couldn't do much of that in TypeScript, right? And anyway, most of the toolings are moving to Rust, so I might as well just bite the bullet now and just do it. So that was what led me to um, that was what led me to using Rust. Yeah, and now you have all these tools and stuff. It can be really frustrating, and I'm glad I made that decision, because no. And all this time also, I was doing a lot of DevOps stuff, Kubernetes and stuff. And now I'm moving all those things. I can show you some projects actually. I'm moving everything to Rust now, because I just feel that it's better overall for me. And I also enjoy working with Rust. It's when I write my code, I just focus on the compiler, and if it compiles, I have very high confidence that things are working as they should. And you don't really get that confidence in other languages, especially like TypeScript and stuff. So it's one of those reasons that I just decided, let me just do Rust, and let me stick with it. I've worked with other languages, so it would have been a different thing if I didn't have experience with other languages. I've already tested a lot of things. I even tried Elixir. I tried Haskell and Elm, and they're good also. But the community, and also Elixir is good, especially if you're doing a lot of IO stuff. It's very good for that. Actor model system. Um, I think that was what WhatsApp used. So Elixir is still good, but there's nothing Elixir could do that I couldn't do in Rust. And it's for all those reasons I decided that okay, I'll just stick with it. And that doesn't mean I don't work with other languages anymore at all. Definitely, you should take on more challenging projects. Don't be scared of challenging yourself and taking yourself out of the comfort zone, if you get what I mean. Yeah, but I feel like you shouldn't wait for the economy to grow. The best time to actually learn is when the economy is bad. So you're prepared for when the economy is good. Or what do you think? You want to be prepared. You don't want to be reactive. You want to be proactive. Yeah. Don't worry, everything will be all right. Don't worry about a thing. 'Cause every little thing is gonna be alright. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, great. Thanks. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. That means a lot to me. I hope you can enjoy my stream. And let me know if there's something you would like to see on this channel. And all feedbacks are welcome. That would be great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Singing this song. Mm-hmm. This is my message to you. Saying don't worry about the thing, worry about the thing. 'Cause every little thing is gonna be alright. Alright. Mm-hmm. 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 Three little bird is by my doorstep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This is my message to you. Mm-hmm. Generator. Tell it run this, then we get that. Mac, Mac, Mac. So this is without innate. Okay, then the second time let's see what that gives us. Isn't static string compatible into that? Anyway, just to string it anyway. That's migration chain without name. Let's say one. Okay, so it should be 0 throughout. You know what? I'm gonna comment this out first. Yep, let's run this. Okay. Um, so I mean, we can also make sure they use the same DB connection. We can actually Migrate again. I will look at this. Let's go this generator. Man, we can't. If we really want to, we can do generator. And we can actually no, we can even do this. Maybe connection. Maybe we should make that. And yeah, we can do this. Now that we have the migrator, migrator that set up. Even just return. So with that, we don't need to override by default here. Well, we don't need to do this because that should now be taken care of. And in addition to that, we can simplify getting the DB connection. So for example, what's this code? Test national scope. So pretty much we can now get a database from this. Let's do actually my Neovim config is a bit messed up now because I just did an update, right? So with that you can I mean, we can get the database connection here. Or we can just, so this is pretty much same. So we can do this now because we are able to get the DB at top level. So if we wanted, we could do this. So it's easier for us to just chain it all up. Failed to get DB. Let's look at 72. Oh yeah. Shoulder for a minute, I was conserver. So we're trying to get the DB before we set it up. Probably could improve that with the type system to enforce some kind of stuff. So let's see where we're trying to access that, especially for the first test. One way, blah blah blah. Yep. Where are we? So here we're trying to access it from generator DB. But we're getting an error. But we shouldn't get an error because when you're running, this does setup DB, and setup DB in turn does this. So, and which does this. So to get DB, Oh yeah, I see the problem now. We are now waiting some stuff that should be in sync. That's gonna change some things a little bit. This is a sync. Shouldn't that even be an error? Oh, yep. Cause I ain't never seen a girl like you. Nobody can love me like you do. Girl, it's true that I will love you. Nobody like you. Every time I sleep, I think of you. No. Nobody can love me like you do. Girl, it's true. I will love you. Nobody like you. Every time I sleep, I think of you. Nobody love me like you do. Girl, it's true. I will love you. Nobody like you. Yeah, this is why I thought this would be cool. is happening? Instantiate. Oof. What? Damn. I better save this before I lose it. Wow. What was that updated? Oh, yep. I renamed that to migration init. Okay. Nice. That looks good. Again. Alright. Mr. I'm gonna restart my Neovim because For example, I'm expecting this to fail, but let's say we're using the test base name. Wait a little bit for this to load up. I've been trying to say, waiting for Rust Analyzer to load, then go on. Oh, so we've been going for about 3 hours already. Time flies. Da, 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 da. What you know about my name is disabled that. What are we looking for? So basically we go here, maybe you in there. No, let's just try to put my keybind in. So this, okay, granted this is not generating, so understandably, but this should be migration in it now. So how are we running this? Test migration. We should actually be, this should just be migration base name, and we just easy peasy. So we're supposed to do like get latest and get that and compare this to migration base name. However, I doubt this. What do we do? Latest migration. Yep. Let's load that. No, this should actually be and maybe pull up. How about we try to do maybe after this, try to do assert false just to make that fail. Let's run it up. Right. Whew. So what do we get from there? Latest migration is none, and it could be, why not? So we should probably put that where we expect it to be. Some. Oh, fair enough, because we're not running against the database. If we would run against the database, then it's gonna be something else. So tell you what, do Migration files. If we get the files, we can also compare to the latest from the directory, and that's from here we get the files. And we can do latest file name. Let's try and find and doing max, but we can't use max from there. But let's see what copilot is saying. So we get file name. You can do to stringlessly, yep. But max return. Why we're doing that for string? That probably isn't a good idea. We could do something like I wish we would have some kind of like search method that we could. Oh, I think this implements ordinal. Let's check. So messed up. No, it doesn't. But doesn't it? It's so messed up now. Okay, it implements ordinal, so we're able to compare. Actually, nice. So we're able to get max because of that. Oh, let's assert. But sometimes it could also be none if we don't generate any files. So we can do if some assert that. Yeah, so we can take the base name and compare with, but actually the base name is normalized. So where am I implementing this? I think it's somewhere around here. No, this is frustrating. Migrator DB. entry points. Oh, it's here. Migration name. I think because we are using the name. You know what's crazy actually? When we're doing create hub, what the hell? The other thing is messed up. We actually want to be taking base name here. That's what we want to do. Yeah, this is base name. Honestly, I think we should just make everything base name and base name. So that we can even call. So this one could be base name, and we can do just call it base name, and to be safe for so here we can do ensure normalize, but let's close that. Oh my god, I better save this. So I don't gotta do that actually. Yep, we're taking reference to it. You know what, I'm just gonna clone it for now. Yeah. Base name. You know what? This just we could do implement into base name. So we can allow string also, but do we even want to allow string? Then otherwise it could. Yep. Oh, I think about all I see is smile. So simple name should be base name maybe. Oh, simple name is base name. Am I using it anyway? Oh, I think a better code is base name because that's really what it's meant to be. Just file name without extension. That doesn't make sense. I don't even need that. I can do migration base name. Base name. Normalize and sure. Yep. But really no need to take ownership of that since we're already using toString, which is gonna clone it anyway. Thanks. I am a child genius. Thanks for joining this stream. Couldn't like an evil genius. That's a good nickname for me. How are you doing today? Thanks for joining this stream again. It's nice to have you here. Are you still celebrating Christmas? This. Well, we can just clone it since this is just for the tests. We shouldn't be unnecessarily optimizing that, and that also could just, well, just clone it. And waiting to talk to a friend of mine who is working on Rust. He wants me to contribute, but we have never written Rust. Oh, that's so cool. I'm not sure I've actually heard about Rust. What was that about? That's so cool. That is cool. Rust. Yep, so that also could use the name there. Let's clone that out. My Neovim is a little bit messed up. I think I probably should not update it every day anymore. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. So that gives string here, but we should be able to convert that. I believe I've got an implementation for that. Can we? Yep. There's a lot of it. Don't do that. So here we use base name instead. Drop is eager, just as you realize it. Tell me when you will sacrifice. You drop is eager, just to make you realize that you have never. Okay, I think that looks good. Just cargo check here. And in the meantime, we can take a Yep. So let's see what cargo check returns still running. Okay, that looks good. So now we can proceed with our tests. Let's run it again. Cargo test generate. Let's just close everything else. Yeah, one of the plugins is really messing up now. And I wish I would know which one. I probably should find, I probably can figure it out. But yep, so we go to 183. Yep. So again, the latest file gives us migration init, but we're putting in test migration. That looks like what we're looking for. So not here. Migration init. So as you can see, when we normalize this, we're saying it as migration init. So this should be migration init. So it's gonna normalize the name. Ouch. Name is normalized. Just snake it. Yeah, actually I could have just used the snake case function. Yep. We'll see. We will see. We'll see. The next one is gonna fail because it's meant to be migration gen 1 after init with underscore. So let's see if it fails that way. At least that's what we're expecting. Oh, I think this probably didn't save with the stuff, so let's just do it. Let's force it. Yep. So now we're expecting migration gen 1 after. So we tested that actually works. Oh my, what plugin is messing me up? Please don't do that to me. Yep, that passes now. Let's save it. Maybe after this passes, I'm gonna try to figure out what plugin is messing it up and maybe just disable it in the meantime. So the next one is gonna be to, now as you can see, it's expecting migration gen to after init, but we got this. Ouch! No. One increment apart. So this is supposed to be 3 also, but we're getting test migration. That should fail. Then we're gonna fix it. Yep, it fails because it's expecting this, but this is meant to be 3. Increment that, first save, and then check that out. Check that out. Check that out. No, I see the future. Yep, everything passes now. Isn't that cool? That is cool. So everything passes. We're getting migration 4 files. Yeah, we get 3 files. Yeah, we get 2. So it's incrementing. It's actually working. The first time we initialize, we get the first one. And we are actually trying with different resources, a resource version. Then this is V2. We go back to V1. Then we go back to V3. Straight up to V3. But actually I'm thinking if we go back to V1, okay, this is generating though. Then yeah, it generates the next version. Oh, thanks, Mr. Bulldogs. I appreciate it. That's what you do when you're coding all through your life. You try to console yourself that it's not that bad. And that's what you do. You just sing it out. But you know what's actually interesting? I'm actually working on some songs. I'm working with about 4 producers and some instrumentalists. So next year I'm planning to release 5 songs, and I'm making videos for three of those songs. So I actually play the guitar also. I play the trumpet, I play euphonium, I play recorder, I play mouth organ, and I'm trying to improve my piano skills. And I also used to be a sopranist, and I used to play that with the euphonium. No, sorry, I mean tenorist rather. So as terrible as the voice is, you have to still console yourself when you're doing it. I appreciate that. How are you doing today? Where are you chatting from? And thanks for joining the stream. You're my you're one of my earliest supporters. I appreciate it. It means a lot to me. And can do 2 gen test pass. So now we are grooving. We've refactored some stuff. This is a nice thing about writing tests. It makes you rethink some stuff and like how you can make some things better and re-architecture, because it allows you to think, especially if you're the developer, the implementer. It allows you to think. It allows I'm twisting. It allows you to think like a user. It puts you in the shoes of the user, which is great. So he was working on some raw stuff earlier. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. What were you working on? How long have you been working with Rust? I'm actually planning some Rust courses and books. I'm writing a book already, two actually. I'm almost done with the first one. I'm writing the first one about this migrator that I'm writing, ORM or whatever. That will be the volume one. Oh yeah, that's what I'm doing. I was actually contemplating on using this library. I've used it before, but I was thinking about the maintenance burden, you know, adding an extra abstraction that you need to learn rather than just doing the programmatic stuff. Oh, that's cool. Oh, cool. I've used Python for work also. How are you enjoying Python? Do you use types with Python nowadays? And what kind of frameworks do you use? What kind of stuff do you work with? Are you more like data engineering, data science, web development, backend and stuff, or tooling, automation? Yep. So this setup override. Um, we're actually not using this yet, but we might. So we've got the test, the first test. Let's check it. Let's walk through it. So this test basically we could remove that, right? We're setting it here. So what this test basically does is, first we run the generate command, and the idea is that if you look from the test name, cannot generate without initialization. You have to initialize. So when we run this generate command, we're still getting 0. So we've not generated any migration files, and no migrations have been created in the database either, which means that is valid. We run it again with well, just second time, this time with different version of the resources. You can think of resources as just wherever you have within your code base. And for example, if I take you, I shouldn't have opened this. Anyway, so we've got resources for tables. I could take you here, so you see all the resources. So we've got tables, and tables have got like fields, indexes, events. So we've got analyzers, we've got functions, parameters, scopes, tokens, and users. Those are all resources. And the idea is that this is so messy. This won't close anymore. Anyway, the idea is that when you do something like create resources, so when you implement this, this is a version of backend and automation, pretty much fast API plus Vue.js, Python with type annotation all day. Oh, that's cool. That's good. Cool. Good job. A fast API is pretty cool. Fast API is cool. Vue is cool too. I mean, eventually all the front end framework are like converging towards like similar architecture. So that says that we are basically reaching state of stability. I hope so. So resources basically are all the things I've shown you now: tables, fields, analyzers, functions, scopes, tokens. And when you add a new one or you change something, you rename a field, you remove a table, right? These versions tracks everything. But because we're writing our tests, there's no way we can dynamically do this. We are simulating having different versions. So you can imagine that the first time you initialize, then you add some new tables, basically some new models, some new structs. Next time you remove a field, another one you add a field, you define a new index, you add a token, right? Those would be different versions, right? And the idea is that when you run different versions without initializing, it shouldn't generate any macro. It shouldn't generate any migration, and actually you should throw an error. So this I need to implement should panic. Let's go. Probably I should let this panic. But the idea is it's not going to generate any new files, nor would it generate anything in the database. So if we take for this now, if we go here, you're going to notice that we're actually initializing first. So we use the init command. If you go to init, we're saying the init command, and we're initializing. Then we run that function. So this is a programmatic way of running that function. We're passing the resources, and we're mocking the prompter. The idea of mocking that is so that we don't have to send an event to the CLI, because the CLI is going to prompt us, and we don't want to have to do that. So we're just passing the options we want right away from here. So as you can see, the first time the migration file is generated, and nothing is generated in the database. Why? Because we are telling it right here, we're telling it not to run. So this run means run against database. I probably should change it to run against database to be clear. That is the idea. So because of that, even though this is 1, this is 0, because we're not telling it to run against the database. If I would tell it to, so for example, if I would change this to true, you're gonna see it's going to be, this is going to fail now, because it's going to expect db my count to be 1. So let's run that. It was good for learning basics of API design. Yeah, it is. I mean, Python isn't that bad, but sometimes it gets frustrating with it. Bad type system. I'm sure this hasn't saved properly, so yeah, we haven't saved that, so we might have to do this to test it properly. Oh, that's great. I actually have a course also coming out on testing in Rust. I have one coming out about macros, and I also have one coming out about testing in Rust. I have one also about testing in TypeScript. So as you can see, this is failing because it's expecting this to be 1, and we're putting 0. If we change this to 1, now this is gonna pass. Let's try to save it. Yeah, you see that it's passing now. So let's see which one is passing. Failing here. Base name, migration init. Yeah, we're gonna count that later. So let's change this to false. Let's change this back to false and go to the next test. So that's the idea. So the first time after the reason why we're initializing first is when you initialize, you need to specify if it's up only, basically one way up only, or two way bidirectional up and down migration, right? And subsequently you don't have to do that anymore. So when you run generate, you don't need to specify if it's up only or two way. And I think just doing that upfront once is way better, because we can automatically then detect from the existing files that this is a one-way system or two-way system, right? So this enforces you to initialize before you generate, right? So after we do that, you're gonna notice that, okay, the first time the file count is 1. When we run generate again, it's 2. Next is 3, then 4. Then besides that, we are actually getting the content of the migration directory from the history. We're joining everything, and we're storing the snapshot so we can keep track of those. And when we go to asserts, we're doing a bunch of assertions about the file name, the count, the migration file count here, then also the base name. Then if we go here, you're gonna see we're doing even more assertion. For example, we are checking that the file name convention is right and all that. So with that, let's save this and rerun the test and make sure that passes. That is extremely. It's my main draw to working with Rust and the iterator. Yeah, the iterators are like incredible. Basically, for every project I'm doing by myself, I am doing exclusively in Rust. I've written some large project. There are hundreds of thousands of lines of code at this point, and I'm moving them back to Rust because I think it's just better. It is way better. Yeah. And the nice thing about Rust also is that when you write your code, you just feel a lot more confident about it. It's debugging Rust code is a lot easier for me. Even when I run into Stack Overflow bug, I'm able to easily debug it. Like I have never been stuck on a problem for, except when I'm really tired. But I've never been stuck on a problem for like days. Usually I figure it out pretty quickly because the type system is gonna guide you. So that's really beautiful, and you're gonna also be sure that the contract between basically every library you're using is gonna be aligning. You don't have to worry that maybe this is broken and it's like everything is enforced ahead of time. That is true. That is so true. It's just fun. It's just a fun coding project to you really discover the language when you transliterate code. Yeah, that's true. That's totally true. That is incredibly too. Why are you chatting from? How are you doing today? Oh yeah. And also you know that like when you see a typical library in Rust is gonna be of higher quality. Just on average. It's gonna be of higher quality for sure. So we can do like two ways, the same thing, but like we can do for two-way migration. So if we can pretty much just copy this. Um, let's do one way. My editor is messing up now, and it's frustrating. In fact, I need to figure it out first because it's ruining my development experience. Um, see, it's jumping around. Do you remember me? This wouldn't even close anymore. Yeah, I'm using Tokyo. Oh, US. That's cool. When US is that? I'm using Tokyo wherever possible. Tokyo is like the de facto async library in Rust. I think I've got more people from the US. Let's do and generate. Nice, nice. Do you use something else other than Tokyo? Rust Analyzer is loading. While it's loading, let's yeah, Tokyo is pretty cool, and they've improved it also over the years. I think it's much easier to use now. Async trade also is nice. I mean, async async STD, yeah, because it just basically mirrors the standard library. It's a nice philosophy, but Tokyo, I don't know. Probably Tokyo came out first, so I enjoyed the first mover advantage, and it's also more feature rich. A lot of libraries had already integrated Tokyo. Um, Actix Web was already like using it and all that, so it's just easy. It's easier for people to just go with what's popular. Um, let's see if we're gonna run into that issue if we try to navigate into, for example, let's go to yep. So let's try to figure out which library is the rogue library. If we can, Williams, could you um, print error executing no callback? I don't want to have to dig into this and have it distract me. Invalid key. Virtual text repeat line break. Nvim buff set external mark. I don't want to. Do you have your dot files? Yeah, I have my basic, and actually I'm using a distro. I'm using Astro, and I should have the config on my GitHub page. Welcome, Joseph Adamita. Did I get that pronunciation right? Vim editor, jump to location, bam, and lazy telescope. You're welcome. You are welcome. I hope this is not happening with telescope. Yeah. I should have it on, let me show you on my GitHub. Repository, spoon. I think it's this. This is the new one. Let me see. Yeah, okay, it's up to date. So this is the one. Let's see. There is no. This is the other library. This is pretty. This is the V1 is done, but I'm planning to do some stuff to this. So we are having a bunch of issues. No, I'm gonna try to sync it again. Not the engine. I'm just working on this is a database. What was it called? It's more than an ORM, even though I'm calling it SurrealORM. I might actually change it. So you know what's interesting? The project I'm working on is about half of the database engine in terms of the size now. And that is despite the fact that I'm using a lot of macros to cut down code repetition. I think without the macro, this project would be at least 3/4 of the size of SurrealDB itself, the engine. And we are only supporting SurrealDB now. In the future, I plan to support other SQL and NoSQL databases. So I'll be supporting Postgres, MySQL, SQLite, MongoDB, Cassandra, and anything maybe possible and popular. I have a clear path to supporting almost any kind of like database engine possible. It's pretty much the standard stuff. Like I've already built the infrastructure to support others, and I kind of have like a clear picture because this project has been more like an experiment. So I have a clear picture on what I want to achieve now. All right, so I'm working on what will make it easy for you to work with SurrealDB. So for example, something like this, you won't find it in any other ORM or query builder or anything anywhere in the world today in any language that you could write. When you need to write transaction, for example, if you go check, I don't know, maybe Diesel, you would have to pass connection around. But this, you write it like you're writing a normal Rust code, and at the end of it, you can just run it. Like you can check the examples out and see the transaction here. For example, you can assign to variable. Even though this looks like a normal Rust code, it actually isn't. No, I had to write a parser to take care of all these things. And also, for example, when you get balance results, you can traverse that tree. So balance has amount. If amount has a subfield, you can just use like balance with path. You pass in the type, and you can traverse for as much as possible. And along the path of traversal, you can even have filtering. So here we're just saying balance amount. There is nothing in between. But let's say you want to select the first one, and I can show you a lot of examples. I'm gonna add them, and I have them in the book also. For example, if you want to say, well, maybe I'm gonna show you anyway. You can also, it also supports like raw queries. So these queries are checked at compile time, and all the variable interpolations are also checked. And there's a lot more. And beyond that, you can, to create, there is something called object partial also, right? With this object partial, also this is the, like this, you won't find this in any other language anywhere also. It creates a flexible scope for transaction. I'm not sure what you mean by flexible scope. Could you explain what you mean? But basically, the philosophy is that rather than trying to coordinate transaction IDs at compile time and all that, why don't we focus on the end goal? The end goal is to send the right query string to the database to build that, right? So that is what it focuses on, and this is ensured at compile time. So basically, when you use the macro, it just makes sure that the right query string is generated at compile time. And for example, if you check this weapon stats, object partial allows you to assign not only the type, so average strength would be integer, but you can also assign a field, you can assign a parameter, and you can even assign an entire block. And the interesting thing is, if you try to assign like a string to this, it's gonna error out. And within this block, you can have even much complex queries. You can have if-else statement, for loop within this. And this is not a normal Rust code. And see here, for example, you're able to write this mathematical expression without writing some complex stuff, and everything is handled for you under the hood. The binding and everything is done for you. And you can have all the condition. It also supports relating and traversing the graph in any direction. There's a lot more. I'm working on a course on it. I also have a book on it, so I'm really excited to release it. I can show you some part of it. I've written a bunch of tests for it. So for example, maybe I can show you. I already showed you some part of the transaction. I can show you maybe relate, query relate. So for example, you would see you can relate, let's see the simplest example. You can relate a specific ID. And did I show you one more stuff? When you want to select, it also supports like ranges. So you can just do ID to ID2, right? And this automatically binds everything. It does everything under the hood. Another interesting thing also is when you do balance increment by this, you can put in a field or parameter here, but if you try to put in a string, it's gonna error out. And for example, we're passing a variable amount to transfer from this. The amount to transfer could be within this block, or it could be outside, and it's still gonna work. It's gonna do the right thing. So here we are relating a student ID with a book, right? Then we're setting the content. You can even do, then there is something called loaders that I also introduced. So with loaders, you can tell it that load all the links. So it's gonna load all the foreign keys. Rather than giving you back the ID, it's gonna give you the full object. There is also, then you can say load only one-to-one stuff. There are different types. I could my Rust analyzer is messing up, but there are different methods of loaders that you can use. You can tell it to load only relate statements. Then you can even do more complex relate. You can say relate student ID with block ID. Okay, now it's loaded, and you can set this. So for example, look at this time rating. If I try to put in a string here, just watch, or let's say even integer, you see that this errors out. If I try to put in a string also, let's put in a string, it throws an error. So you actually have to put in the right type for it to work, right? I mean, yeah, you could probably just put in duration. Let's see. Yep, you should be able to put in just duration there. So here you're saying that student ID to block ID, but there are even more complex stuff that you can do, and I'm gonna show it to you now. Yeah, it is. So for example, we have yep. I'm not missing something. Yeah, you can even relate subqueries. So for example, let's see if I can find one. So you can say you want it to relate this statement. Select value users from only this code reader ID. And one other interesting stuff also is, thank you, that's the point. I want it to be very intuitive. One other interesting thing is, you see, I added, this is also something I invented. This dunder double underscore is pointing to the right because the direction on the graph is to the right. So if this like would be the incoming edge, is gonna be on this side, right? It's gonna be this way. So this way you're gonna know that, okay, in this case, company is like the object, like the destination node, and user or devs would be the origin node. So for example, if I go back now, you see that it's relating that to dev. So you can relate statement to statement, and you set this also. So there's a bunch of stuff, and let me show you more. When you do that, you can even alias it. You can tell it to alias that as this, and it's typed because you have to get the alias from the student object, and everything that you need to do will be tied to the main model. And let me show you, there's more. See, you can write very complex relation. So see, for example, you're saying relate student ID with right, and see, we're saying empty. So you're saying that there is no filtering on this edge, but you can even filter this, and you can even filter multiple edges. So here you can say that filter one of these edges where the time rating is less than, and you can also use short form of less than or equal. So you're saying that filter the edges that are less than 50, whatever the time is in units, then relate it to the book and alias it to the book. See what you're generating here, and it's automatically handled for you. And here, for example, you see this is another example, and a bunch more. So here we're relating a subquery to another subquery, and let me show you query raw also. There's query turbo, there is query raw, query macro. So as you can see here, if you're writing this query, you can write something simple like this. If you make a mistake, it's gonna throw an error. If the Rust analyzer isn't messing up, we can run cargo check to check this. cd mac cargo check. If it's not gonna take that, ooh, but this should throw an error anyway if Rust analyzer isn't messing up. So you can basically write all your raw queries. You can write multiple queries here, and if you write multiple queries, it's also gonna ensure that you bind every variable, right? So it basically checks everything that you don't make mistakes. So because with all these things, you don't have anything you're sacrificing. If you prefer to write raw queries, you can write it. If you prefer to use query builder, you can write it. And in fact, if you prefer to write more like ORM kind of stuff, so an example would be, and also I actually have a lot more to show. We have query update. Yeah, so with this object partial, for example, I can show you some stuff. So you can set a single field with object partial, but object partial is very unique because this can be a field, it can be a field, it can be a parameter. So you can assign anything to it, like I showed you earlier. You can assign a block, even a code block to it. Let me see if I can. Oh yeah, so there are some helpers you can use. For example, yeah, you can just do spaceship create, But the thing that I'm also doing differently that I've not seen done anywhere is typically when you're using ORMs, they return the object directly to you. But what I do instead is I return the query. Then on the query, you are free to call whatever method. So for example, here we're calling get one, but you might be calling some other method, right? Here we have like find by ID. Find by ID doesn't return the object itself, but it returns the query. And on that, you can then call whatever method. You see, there are many methods. So you can tell it, for example, load all links, load only one-to-one relations, return one, load many to one-to-many relationship, load the self relationship, return only the first, right? So this gives us the opportunity and flexibility to do more than if we had just said find by ID, then we are restricted to return only one type. And the focus of this is that when you write any query, you should be able to map it directly to the raw query without running even any like expansion. Because like when you see find by ID, it's very easy for you to translate it, right? So it's not doing some nasty stuff. You can also do like search, find where, right? Directly on the object. You can what else? You can do like count. So count based on conditions. What else? You can tell it to count all. Then there is this save. Save is more like offset. So when you change the object, right, or you get this, if you change it, you use the save method. It's gonna update that. But when you're using, I believe create is going to throw an error if the ID already exists. Yeah, so I'm doing a lot of the parsing myself, but there are some parts where I'm using the engine parser to validate. But in the case where an engine doesn't support it, I can, or if the function is not exported, I'm doing the parsing myself in many of those cases. So that's why I'm saying, like, theoretically, I or technically I can support any database I want. The only thing that is limiting me is time. I just need more time. And for me, my goal is to create the best ORM ever created in any language. And many of these philosophies can be applied even in TypeScript. You just need things like reflection metadata. You could use macro. You could implement a compiler to enforce some of this even in TypeScript. Use some of the template literals functionalities, decorators, and all those things can unlock. Of course, maybe not as powerful as you would get in Rust, but you can still get many of these. So my goal is to first focus on Rust ecosystem, and if I'm still alive in the future, support for other languages also, because I think for me this is what I've always wanted ORMs, query builders to look like. And since I was waiting for a long time to have something like this and it never happened, I figured that it would be nice to at least, if I can build this, maybe it can help people rethink how they think of building ORMs when they are building it. So even if I don't implement it everywhere, this can give people new ideas on how to like approach building ORMs that can be intuitive. So that's been the goal. We've digressed. Yeah, I'm glad you said it's easier to mentally map the SQL to the ORM code. That's been my code, my goal. So let me show you select. You can write an extremely complex select statement and it's still not going to look daunting. So for example, here we're saying select all. So one mistake I've also noticed query builders make is they try to create an, in my opinion, unnecessary indirection or abstraction. If a query in the raw form is reading from left to right, then your query builder should accept when it doesn't make sense, but by default it should always read the same from left to right. So for example, you're gonna see that is it too late now to say sorry? So you're gonna, for example, like let's look at this. When we come to 13, right? Let's compare these queries, right? This is the raw form, and this is the one that generates it. This is saying select all from where, right? This is literally saying select all from weapon where, right? Then we have a subquery. So this supports subquery. It's saying strength inside. So mind you, this strength, for example, it's an integer. If you try to put a string, it's gonna error out. I think my Rust analyzer is messing up. So, but normally if you put in a string or any other type, it's gonna error out. So you need to put in, let me see if Rust analyzer. I might have to restart my Rust analyzer. But if you put in a string, it's gonna error out. So you need to either put in the right type or a field or a parameter. So let's look at this. It says where, and we have a subquery. Let's look at this. This says where, strength inside, select value strength from weapon order by strength limit 6. This literally says select value strength from weapon order by strength in ascending order, right? That's the default, and that was why I didn't put that. Maybe I should. Then limit 6. It's literally reading the same way. Then it says order by descending, then start 2, and limit 10. So that's the goal, to make it read just like the raw query, to reduce the mental burden of translating the code, so that you don't even need to write the raw query before you can start writing the query builder. And if you want to write the raw query, you're not going to be left. You have this macro to check your queries at compile time. And if you also just want to use the helper methods from the ORM, like save, find by, everything is accessible to you. There is save here, there is find by here, right? You have all these things accessible to you. And the nice thing is, when you're even writing the raw queries, they are very easy to reason about. So if I show you create, for example, so insertion, you'll see with insertions, you just do insert and you put in the object. It automatically returns the right type. And you can also insert an array. So you can insert multiple objects. So you can also return only part of the object. So for example, here we're returning only name. And that's the benefit you get from not returning the object directly. So we're telling it that return, maybe I should change its projections to selections, right? Here let's see, we're inserting yeah, let's see. I've got some examples. Okay, we're returning singles there. Is there any way we're inserting multiple? There should be. Absolutely. Okay. Oh, I didn't realize I had written a lot of text. Oh, one thing I also need to show you, when you're returning an object, you have all these methods available to you. So you can tell it that, for example, you want the values, the fetched value, or you want only this will return both the nulls and the row value. This will return only the values that are present. This will return the IDs. This returns only IDs that are present. And you can also select multiple. There are a bunch of stuff you can do. Let me see. Let us see. So you see, you can even put in a select statement. So this is like is it called a projected view? So you can get a select statement and insert whatever you have for it into this. So this here, we're filtering, we are saying we want strong weapon, and our definition of strong weapon is greater than. So you can also do GT and oh my god, you can do LT. So you filter that and you insert that into another database, and this is another table. This is called strong weapon, right? So you just have a bunch of stuff you can do, a bunch. One thing I also need to show you, you can define your function. If you go check SurrealORM, in this function, for example, this is a function you can reuse not only in your code base, but you can reuse even if you SSH into your database. And here we're writing like normal Rust code. Select all persons, then traverse that. We're writing the normal if-else statement. This is not Rust if-else statement, it's normal. We are writing the create statement, and we're able to assign all the arguments into this object. Like no database tooling support this, and we're able to support very complex types. So I had to write the parser for this. Just able to say all these things, and everything is still checked at compile time. So this generates both the it generates two things. It generates the macro for the function that you can use within your code base, and the statement. So the idea is that get or create spaceship will return this that you can use within your code base. Then you would have to pass the statement itself to as a resource to your database. So let's see this simple example. For example, this generates get person, and it also generates get person statement. So this statement is what you would have to pass to your resource that would be generated as part of your migration. Then within your code base, you'll be able to use function. So I've got a lot of functions also, like database functions. Every database function is supported. I can show you some of those here. See, we support array functions, count, crypto, duration, anything you can think of, vector, everything is supported. So within your code, you see I'm using a lot of macro. For example, this is 851 lines. Without this macro that I'm using here, easily this would be at least 10,000 lines. So you see, you can use all this stuff. For example, you can use this to measure distance within two vectors, and you can even compare. So we're using this function created. You can compare, let's say you're getting one result from the database, and this is a parameter. You can compare the two. So there's just a bunch of stuff you can do, and that's why I'm really excited, and I think this is something I want to exist. An idea that I've been having for a while. Pretty straightforward. I think the only thing that I'll probably really have to remember, so you don't have to remember that at all, because I will show you if my Rust is not messing up. You don't have to remember that because it's intentional. Your autocomplete will work. Like you see, it's like you're gonna see, and it takes an edge clause. So you don't need to really remember. It's not something you need to. And let me tell you how that is generated. It's automatically done for you. It's not something you have to think about. So if you go to student model, for example. Oh my God. Okay. If you go to students, don't mind all these annotation. Many of them are optionals. So you can write very complex annotations like that, but I'll show you the very simple ones. Most of the things are automatically done. So for example, let's look at planet, right? All the types are automatically generated for you, but you also have the option of specifying them manually. Let me see an example. Okay, so let me show you an example. I can actually show you right also, but let's start with this. So you can decide to let it deduce the type for you, or you can explicitly say this is type float or type integer, right? But the nice thing I'm going to show you, actually, I'll come back to that. So see, this is how you specify an edge. So for example, let's say all this is optional, this is optional, this is optional. I just wanted to show an explicit way. This is optional, this is optional, so you don't have to put all those things, right? But I just wanted to show how you would do that if you needed to or wanted to. But you know what's actually interesting, even though you can also specify explicitly. For example, if you put in like float here, it's gonna error out if my Rust analyzer weren't messing up. And maybe I'll just show you in VS Code. Just now we are doing a little demo session. I'll try to show you in VS Code if it doesn't mess up. SurrealORM. What's happened to the dream? It's just a what am I missing? Is sorry. Yep, it's here. So let's look at V6 for example. I don't know, my Rust analyzer is messing up. I would have loved to demo to you how that would look like. But generally, if we weren't having issues, if for example this is meant to be an integer and you do something like type, if you did something like this and you put in like a string, it's actually gonna throw an error. So you have to put in the right type, like an integer, or you have to put a number. If you put any other type, because this number, I mean, if you put in like I'm not even sure float would work either, but if you put in like point or string, it's gonna error out. If you put in also something like record is gonna throw an error. So you have to put in the right type still. But yeah, my computer is human now. But I'm actually writing a book for it, and I'm excited about that also. My computer is screaming. But yeah, I will do it. I'm doing a course, and also I'll do a proper demo for the release. So this is probably my ID is messing up. You can do any so that's the idea. Oof. Why? What's slowing things down? Let's check. Oh, OBS. Okay. It's actually not that bad. The CPU. But it looks like there was a peak somewhere before. Is my Logic Pro on? What? Let's quit that. Quit. Okay, it's getting better. Even Rust Analyzer is. What? I'm gonna restart Rust Analyzer also. I didn't realize this was on. Why is it? Neovim. Why is this code on? Probably need to restart my computer today. It's been a while. But anyway, we've done a little demo, and the tests, we've written some more tests for what was it? Query block. What are we writing tests for? Now I've lost. Where were we? What were we doing? Oh, migrator test. Yeah. I've been touched by the ends of the angel. Now my computer is coming back to normal. Yep, generate. Rust Analyzer is loading again. I'm just gonna close this. And whenever you smile, I can leave you with your mind. Yep. Generate. Each time I look. How long have we been on now? Wow, we've been on for about 4 hours. Oof. Oh. Let's chill a little bit. Share the laughter. Share the pain. We both know we going from here. 'Cause together we have grown. As when you belong. I've been touched by the hands of the angel. I've been blessed by the power of love. And whenever you smile. Rust Analyzer is still loading. I can hardly believe that you're mine. Let's see if we can write one more test. This love is unbreakable. It's unmistakable. Each time I look in your eyes, I know why. This love is untouchable. Feeling my heart just can't deny. And each time I look in your eyes, oh baby, I know why. This love is unbreakable. So yeah, we can do two-way migration bidirectional. So how do you specify that it's two-way? You say it's reversible. It's true. So this will also tell you now to run, and this should pretty much be the same, empty. You do that and we can run cargo test. Take some time. Yeah, we need to update this snapshot test for all that. Cargo insta Yep. It should be empty. No file should be generated. Yep, looks good. Great. So it's pretty much the same. We might be able to abstract something there. Or the test case can actually come in handy there. But I'm not sure it supports async. So that's a little bummer there. So this is generate after. You know what? Let's bring that. This would be 2. So this is gonna fail. Let's run it first, then we can start. Why is it gonna fail? Because I was hoping we would be able to, for many reasons. Let's first, well, we need to make this into two-way. And how do you do that? You say it's reversible true. And I'm not sure if it was, who was asking the other time, Mr. Bull Drops, asking, yeah, you're interested in test. I've written some more like end-to-end tests before. So for example, actually interacting with the CLI. But because when you trigger the CLI, it's going to create the database instance in a separate process. If you're using in-memory, I was using like the file-based. But these add some more limitation because it's true end-to-end. Now the problem is gonna start. This is really frustrating. I need to fix that ASAP. Let's run the test again. I'll leave this out first. I don't want to do too much at a time, so let me stash this. Use basic duration. Yeah. Yep, this is now expecting 2, right? And we're saying 1. If you check here, it's expecting 2 because this should generate up and down files. Feel free to steal it, please. You're free to steal everything. So this should now generate 2, and if we run this now, this next one is gonna error out because it should expect 4. So let's do it. It's gonna fail. I mean, we need to update the snapshot first. Cargo is so yeah, this is expecting 4. This should expect 6 now. Let's run it. I'm just gonna disable inlanes. Yep. So this should be, let's update that first. This should now expect 6, right? But it's gonna be 3. Yep. Now let's fix that. So this should expect 8. It's gonna be 4. And we're gonna fix that also. Then next up, we're gonna test if you actually run it against the database. Yeah, let's update the snapshot. Yep, now it's expecting 8, so we're good to go. And we would only have to update the snapshot. And yeah, it's actually gonna be generating both up and down. So you can see migration in it up and down. Up. So this is 3. So this is the first one. I guess it's in the descending order. So it's starting with 4. It should start with 4. Oh, we need to actually check that. But anyway, this is 1, which is the initialization, and that's down. Then there should be up equivalent of that. We need to actually check this properly. Then there's up. Then there's 2 up, down and up. There's one thing that's a little bit fishy. Then there's migration in it. That's generation 1, 2. Okay, these are like a bunch of renamings the first time, which makes sense. We're mostly renaming and adding attributes, especially characteristics and all that. We added some events, blah blah, the first time. The second time, I'm actually curious why it's redefining a lot of things. The only reason why I can see it doing that is if we're using a separate database instance. The third time looks reasonable. Yep, I need to investigate to a bit deeper. After init, the only reason that could come to my mind is we're using a separate database instance. Then it's gonna look as though we never registered the first. Yep. But I'm gonna review that now, and yep, we made some progress. Actually, we can do the run. Should we do that already? Init for shit. So pretty much we just need to copy paste everything. Like if we wanted to do this, for example, we could just, the first one was no run. Yeah, we just need to tell it to run with run. So we change that, just a different case. And this is where the test case library could come in handy if it supports async. So it's gonna reduce our repetition, and I'll give that a shot. So yeah, we're saying run it against the database after you initialize. So we run cargo tests. Yep, let's update that. I'm sure this is, oh yeah, this is not meant to generate regardless, because we are not initialized here, but with this it should. So we copy it. I would like to use, I think the test case will be on the here. If we copy that, we minify or we forward. Yeah, I can do with run. So this will be true. Also in strict mode. So if we run this now, for example, this should be 1. That should be 1, but it's gonna error out. As you can see, it's saying it should be 1, but we're currently putting in 0. So let's change that to 1. If we go, this should be 2, but it's gonna try an error. We might have to update snapshot test in between. Yep. Update that. The next one should be 2, but it's gonna get 0. Okay, the name and what line is this? 170. Yeah, but migration after init. I wonder if the certain, because that's the latest base name, right? What could come to my mind? We're getting this from interesting. Oh, this again. No way. Yeah, well, ordering and descending. Oh, we should order by timestamp, right? Timestamp. At least that's the right thing to do anyway. So you still gain the innate what part is actually giving innate assembly. So from the database is giving migration innate as the latest, and we are passing that make it a better place for you and for me in the meantime, embrace you. For you and for me. So the count is right, but it's still getting us in it. What if we run a debug and boot debug? The test migration. Let's see. So the latest migration gives us init, and with that checksum and the timestamp, whereas for the migration, actually, do you notice that we're only getting one while we're expecting multiple? So migrations, there's only one record. So for some reason, it generates. We need to figure that out. Right here, we expect that when you use the configuration, because you're telling it to run against the database. Oh, actually, you know what? I think for generate, we don't. We actually not use. I think for generate, we are not using a run command for it. I believe so. We're only doing that for reset and initialize. And I need to rethink that if it even makes sense or if it's necessary to do it. But for generate, we are actually not allowing a run command. And maybe we could, because if you're generating locally and you're running, I think it could come in handy. So for example, when you go to init, you're going to notice that we have this run. Run is used. Yep. So when you say run, it's gonna run up, right? But when we generate, I don't believe we have something like this. So we go to generate. We have the run command. Oh, we actually do. That's interesting. That is interesting. We do, and it's supposed to run to latest. Get up and run. Okay. If that's the case, oh yeah, Alacrity is written in Rust. There are a bunch of them. Like people have been rewriting everything in Rust. So there is something for ls. There's something for find. There's something for grep. I think it's grep is ripe grep. I actually have all these things, but I should probably write a blog post on it. I have this stuff, but I'm not using them now. I think I have the ripe grep and the rest of them. I'm not using it. Alacrity is written in Rust. Yeah. Yeah. Alacrity is written in Rust. I wish Neovim and all Neovim plugins would be written in Rust. It will be so stable. What do you think about starting a Neovim project that is written in Rust and all plugins? I mean, C. I think Neovim is written in C. Okay, but how about starting a Neovim that is written in Rust and all plugins must be written in Rust, and we're gonna call it Neovim. But the Neovim ecosystem is so big that it's gonna be so hard to catch up. But you can do like interoperability. You can support that also. I'm lonely, waiting for your love to set me free. I love you. Honestly, what comes to my mind is that it's possible that this function is executing before the first one, but well, I may be wrong, but that's a very big possibility in my opinion. Yeah, that's a possibility. It is a possibility. Yep. I'm gonna have to look at that. Yeah, it's really possible. Maybe we can try something like this. Let's do it. We do if is empty. If it's not empty, then run this whole thing. All right. I think I'm probably gonna take a break here and chew a little bit, rest, grab something to eat. We've been streaming for 5 hours. Oh, don't you think I deserve a little bit of rest now? But I'll see if I can come back after relaxing and eating something. And also, in order not to stretch this stream for too long. I appreciate you guys for coming, for joining. I love you guys. Be careful, be cheerful, be loving, be peaceful, be be kind. I'm code breeder, you're code breeder. We're all code breeders. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys for always tuning in, supporting me, and all your feedback, your advice, your support, your kind words. It means a lot to me. They mean a lot to me. You guys are amazing. Thank you, Bulldogs. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you. It means a lot to me. You know, this is the reason why I do this, and I can't wait to share this with you guys. And I hope you guys find this useful, and the books I'm writing, the courses I'm making, and other open source projects I'm working on. I hope these things can help people make their lives easier. I'm about to publish a post about my life mission, which is to die empty. So every knowledge and ideas that I have, I want to put them down in form of like project tools, libraries, apps, and books and courses. So I just want to create a lot music. I want to create a lot of things that I hope that by when I'm gone, a lot of people are still gonna find useful. That's my service to humanity. I appreciate you, Mr. Bulldogs. Big ups to you. Merry Christmas to you. I appreciate you so much. Joseph Adamita also joining today. I don't know if I pronounced that right, but thank you so much. I appreciate you. Who else joined? Lequa. I appreciate you so much. Marshall B Codes. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Um, and your average PCB designer. Thank you so much. Greed. Thank you. And I think now I'm getting to know my subscribers. PCB designer, France, Czech, Connect, Lequa, Vietnam, Connect. I'm not sure about Shaifong Gang Tang, but I'm gonna find out next time. Marshall B Codes, I believe that at least that's the state. California or Florida has to be one of those. No, no, no. Actually, I'm sorry. I'll try to remember. They must have bulldogs. I'm sorry, bro. I appreciate you so much. Also, US Connect. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas later. Bye.